My goodness, it has been so long since I have seen this game. Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope we're all doing good, having fun. Hello. Let's see. Everything looks good over there. Now let us get this going. Make sure this is working out. Okay, so how's that? Is that working? Shut that off. Nope, nothing yet. Oh, let's just do automatic. Well, it's got audio. No visual yet. Hang on. Hang on. We'll get this figured out. For some reason, it doesn't play sound when it's not on the main window. So let us goof with that. Game settings. No chat rooms. Awesome. Okay. So now all the game settings are figured out. Let's move over here and see if we can't figure out what's going on with this. Capture a specific window. And now let's select. Hey, there we go. Awesome. Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working on it, Tater. We're getting there. So there we go. So this is, it's not the character I was talking about last night, but this is my current mage on this game, and I say current loosely. And I love her. She's adorable, and she doesn't really party with anybody else. But anyways, so here's the thing. Last night I was talking about how in Castlevania it reminded me of this game and a specific spell in this game, and then it really made me nostalgic for this game only for the purpose of showing my community or anybody who catches this in a VoD, because I'm going to be making a video about this, and this will be going on YouTube as well, because I haven't played this game in a long time, and it's old. Like, it's 2006, I think. 2006, 2007 is when it came out. Like, it's old. It's been out for a while, and it's surprising. Like, it's on Steam, Fiesta Online. It's on Steam. Objectively, it's a mixed bag. This game is a mixed bag with me because I have a lot of nostalgia for this game. I have a lot of love for this game. I have spent hundreds of hours, thousands even, into this game. And it's got a special place in my heart, which is why I'm going to be tearing it down here in a second, because I know full well the flaws that it has, and I know that there is a you may have heard of him. There's a certain fella that's named Josh Strife Hayes, who is a unbelievably handsome British man who is very knowledgeable in the MMO sphere. He's doing if you've never checked him out, definitely check him out. But he did this bit where he was going through, and I think he's still doing it at this point, where he's talking about old MMOs, and he's installing other MMOs, older ones, and like playing through them, showing the new player experience and whatnot. And one day he landed on Fiesta Online, and he absolutely tore it a new asshole. And I was just laughing like a child the whole time, because the whole time he's struggling and having problems with it, I'm just like, yep, that's the game. Yeah, it sucks. It's terrible. Like, yeah. So when he was playing it, I noticed that he was having some problems, like getting the game to make sense. And like, I know that there's only like one server really, like on the official version, mind you. There's more than likely private servers that exist. 1 second, I need to clear my throat. There, better. So on the main edition of this game, like the gamigo version, there is one server that I checked through them. I know there's a brand new server that they just recently like made, and I don't know the name of it. I'm not gonna go and check, I don't care. But usually whenever they make a new server, people kind of flood over there to, you know, like get that economy going, or, you know, like, hey, I'm the first character to, you know, level cap on it or whatever. And Isya, I-S-Y-A, Isya, however you want to pronounce it, that's the server that this character is on. It is the only high population server out of all 5 servers that exist. I logged on to the other servers today to check and see what they looked like, and I know it's a Halloween event, but they're dead. Just like Perfect World, if anybody remembers that. I don't even know if that game's still going. If you want to sell stuff to other players, you can either trade them or you put up your little mushroom house, and this is where you sell your stuff. This is one of the, it's like it's the second town you get to in the game, called Eldorin, and it is usually bumping. Like, there's always people up here that are just dancing and hanging out, always chatting, always hanging out, got their shops up. To my knowledge, the economy in this game right now is absolutely just shit, because there's, like, why would you want to play a game that is, you know, over 10 years old? Which is really a question I'm asking myself at this point, but that's not the point. The point is, all the other servers were dead. I mean, dead. Like, I logged in on an alt, bank was over here, or the bank's over here, I logged on, walked up over here, and there was a single person standing up in the front here. Every single one of these houses is a player. And there's more players over here, you can stand them. The NPCs have, I have all the player names hidden right now, just because I want to make sure there's nobody who, like, if they tune into this and they're like, oh, hey, look at me, and, you know, like, they shout slurs or whatever, like, I ain't dealing with that shit. So chat box is hidden, it's behind my picture down here into this section, but it's also hidden. I don't have chat bubbles up, so even if somebody's trying to talk to me, I'm not gonna see it. I'm not gonna see anything that's going on whatsoever. But anyways, I was talking about it last night while I was streaming Castlevania, about a specific spell in this game that reminded me, or in Castlevania, that reminded me of this game. And that's this spell right here, Magic Blast. And I'm going to run over here to this, it's kind of a low-level area for me now. I'm level 71, and I don't even know. I think the level cap's 125 right now, but don't sneeze at that. Like, getting to level 60 is a fucking accomplishment. Getting to level 40 is an accomplishment. And also, it's got some of the most absolutely bumpin' music. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit, only because it's a bit much. Like, it's really got that vibe. And as per usual, this is like a not developed in America game. So, like, if you notice that the ogre over there is the most unbelievably blatant ripoff of Shrek you've ever seen, it's true. What you got? Oh, thank you. There was a wild Britney. Thanks, man. So anyways, yeah, this is absolutely a weakened ogre, and you can't scroll all the way in like first person, but I want you to look at that and tell me that that's not like Shrek, because it absolutely is Shrek, and it's not good. Like, it is a blatant ripoff. So let me pop off my mount here. That's my big flashy staff that I'm getting to it. I've got, okay, I'll just lift up my camera here. Oh, here we go. So if you look down here, you see all these freaking sticky notes? I was doing some homework earlier. Every one of these sticky notes has something to do with the cash shop in this game that I wanted to tell everybody about. So once I get to that, buckle up, because it's kind of funny. And I know monetization in video games these days is kind of like the microtransactions, and then like it's a free game, but then you can get a premium service for spending some extra cash on it or whatever. You can look back and you can see that games have been doing that for a while. But this game, in that time period that it came out, was notoriously bad. Like, these days, if you're a type of person who spends money in a game, like if you've ever played Genshin Impact, all right, getting 10 wishes in that game to potentially pull a character, like, the bare bones of it is, these days, spending $50 on a game is nothing. Like, it is nothing comparative. Like, some people, it's a lot of money, but like, there are whales who would look at that and be like, $50? Like, I would, like, has anybody here seen what they did with Diablo Immortal? Like, to run a dungeon, it's like $50 in order to have the highest chance of getting the best stuff out of that one dungeon. Or no, it's 20. It's like a $20 dungeon every fucking run, and you have to run it like 50 times. Like, there was a whole thing of it a few months back. But anyways, the point of this is, I'll just select him, and I'll use my Magic Blast. So this is what I was talking about, like when you're kiting, for example, and most people who play MMOs know that. But if you don't, that's what the term means. Kiting means you hit an enemy and you stay out of their melee range while you're still hitting them with spells, forcing them to chase after you, but you're not getting hit. There are some spells that allow you to cast on the move. Those are kiteable, like those are spells that work and allow you to be kiting. So the whole point is, when you're checking out some of these spells on here, they don't actually say much other than immediate cast. You can see on the tooltip there, just shy of the bottom there, it says immediate cast for Lightning Blast. Cast time for Ice Blast is 0.6. So if I wanted to cast this, you can see I've got a cast bar, and it stops you in place no matter what. Magic Blast is an immediate cast. So that allows me, as soon as it's off cooldown, I can just sit here and keep spamming that button while I'm driving my character with my mouse. And you can see that there was a couple, there looked like one girl on a donkey that came walking over and like stopped and looked at me for a second, because, you know, I'm a higher level mage. But anyways, so you can another fun thing about this fucking game is you'll notice that I've used a few spells and my MP is not coming back. And you see I've got 161 on the red, 272 on the blue. You have to click those stones or hit Q and E, essentially, to be able to use your stones. If you're not using your stones, you won't heal. Not unless you have a cleric who's actually healing you. I don't know why. I thought that I had the key binding set up. Because it's like, it's still got all of my same key bindings, so I can't remember which buttons. Maybe it's A and B. Let's see here. Let's go to shortcuts. Play. Yep, A and D. So I push A on the keyboard, it'll heal me. D on the keyboard, it'll give me back my mana. So these stones, there's a vendor in town that you have to go and buy these stones from. And depending on what class you are, like, I'm a mage, I have more mana stones than I do health stones. And I have the lowest health pool out of any other character in the game. Or any other class. Just natively, you just get the least amount. And the reason why is because mages are obscenely powerful. But they cannot take a hit. Which years ago, when I started playing this, I tried playing a mage and I didn't really like it, so I decided that I was just going to make a cleric. So I'm like, forget it, you know, it might take me forever to kill an enemy, but it's going to take them forever to kill me. So it was kind of the safe route for me. I need to... click off helmet, take aliasing off. Because the other bit is, like, you can see that it's dramatically an improvement. This game is so, like, I was just playing a Nintendo 64 game that looked just about as good as this does. Oh, now my bars are all screwed up. However, one bit of this that I genuinely enjoyed is the fact that this was one of the first games that I had played on PC, like first MMOs, that had such an intuitive UI. Like, these are my action bars. I can hit that circle and it goes left or right. I can hit these, the little nipple or the nub at the end, and you can put 5 simultaneous bars out at the same time, which, I mean, for today's standards is not a whole lot. It's not that big of a deal. But the fact that I can do all of this without having to open up a secondary menu. And the best part is that you click the end and you can scroll it out. That's as long as every bar can get. And they snap per button. So, yeah, it's pretty wild. Everything is movable. You can customize this to be whatever you want. Like if I want my mini map sitting down here so that way I can keep better track of what's going on, I can do that. If I want to move my little mount speed thing here, cool, I can do that. If I don't want to see any system messages, I can just drag this over here and drag it completely off my screen, lock it back up, we're fine. Buffs, debuffs, can move them wherever I want. Everything. Scale everything up, like whatever you want. It was just such a treat to be able to have a game that lets you have that much UI customization. Premium items can sit over there because it's not even a big deal. No one cares. So I'm going to move this back up over here though, but my health bar can stay down here at the bottom. I'll keep the pumpkins. Let's keep this festive. And I'll put the mount there. Buffs can go here. Debuffs I'm going to keep somewhere in the middle, so that way... Ooh. Yeah, that should be enough. Now then, what I was getting at, though, is that there was a story. Yeah. Right? Like, it was... It's unbelievable to me that, like, this game being as old as it is, because I think it was 2005 or 2006. Somewhere around there. I mean, don't quote me on it. I mean, you can look it up yourself if you really need to know. But it genuinely was one of my favorite games at the time because, A, the only, like, literally, there wasn't really a good game to play other than, like, World of Warcraft and whatever showed up to try and beat World of Warcraft. Like, there was EverQuest, there was World of Warcraft, I think there was like Perfect World, and God, what? It was around the time when there was a website that I used to frequent a lot that would be like the top 100 MMOs that were out. And it was, I believe, around the time period when like there was nothing but reality TV as well, because there was a writer's strike. So that's kind of how I remember it. Like, there was nothing but garbage television, and then there was a handful of garbage games and a couple games that were really good in order to play on a computer. But PC gaming wasn't really at the pinnacle of what it is right now. Like, it used to be like, it's expensive now. It's definitely expensive now, but it wasn't as easy to get into it. It wasn't as accessible because like there wasn't, I don't believe we had anything even close to like Amazon or eBay or like Walmart.com or any crap like that. There was like, if you wanted to get a computer, you're driving an hour away or wherever, you're going to Best Buy. Or you had to know a nerd. That's pretty much it. You had to know a guy in order to build a computer that would be good enough to be able to play any video games halfway decent. And this was also at the time when dial-up was still pretty much everywhere. There was dial-up. We didn't have like the whole high-speed internet or anything like that. It was still, for the most part, dial-up. And by the time that showed up, this game, like, I had started playing it, and like I had my SO at the time, my cousin, my mom, my brother, I think my little sister for a little while, and probably like 7 friends, and then I made 3 friends in this game that actually had driven from a few states away to come and visit me. Like, this game connected people, and it's like when you're on a server, you're on the server. If I'm an asshole to people, your name sticks out like old school WoW. Like, when you joined a server and you've got a character on there, like that's pretty much it. Like, that's where your home is. That's where your characters are at. And it was something so novel to me because like at the time I had never played an MMO, and it was through this game that because I had started a guild, and one of the, I think it was like the top 3 successful guilds on the server Cypian, which you can see this little shield with wings on my shoulder. This was from an event all those years ago. It's a coat of arms for Cypian, and it's just a mini pet, because mini pets is like a thing that you can get. So it's like +3 to all my stats, it just sits there acting cool. But the event was, if I'm not mistaken, like you had to be, which is kind of embarrassing now I think about it, they only gave out 100 of these things on the entire server that had like a few thousand people playing on it all the time. Like the game would crash if too many people were in a town together. Like, it's every time there's an event, the game went to shit. But this pet was like, you had to be, as you can see on there, level requirement was 50. So you had to be level 50 on your character. Yeah, lots of warring, and that we'll get to that. We'll get to it. So I'm pretty sure that the event was you had to be logged on the most amount of time, and you had to gain the top amount of experience. So it wasn't just like logging on and doing stuff, like or just staying logged on for the entirety of it. Like, you had to not only be logged on, but you had to be grinding your ass off in order to get that. And I think I'm pretty sure my mom got one. And I know I got one, and I think I was ranked 40th, 47. Now, for a cleric, that's pretty fucking good. That's pretty fucking good for a cleric, because, like, good luck with that shit. So the Cypian server doesn't exist anymore. Like, they killed it off a few years ago. Outspark used to own this game, and it became Gamigo, which, by the looks of it, Gamigo seems to be handling it quite well, because granted, there's only one real popular server that I can see. That's pretty much enough, I think. That's damn near enough to hold a game together, as long as the community is dedicated enough and, you know, they spend enough on, you know, the cash shop or whatever. Because again, it is a free game. This game is completely free to play. It's not fun free to play, but I can promise you, if you've never played it before and you're looking for something a little bit different, or something that's like really clunky, old school kind of jank, I would say playing any one of the characters up to about level 20 is exactly the right amount of experience for this game. If like, that's as far as you want to go with it. Playing up to about level 20 you can crack it out in a night. Few hours of gameplay, it's not that bad. The experience rate's decent. They have a lot of stuff going for it, and you don't really need a whole lot of know-how to make it happen. The only problem is, like, the cash shop is oof. You can see, I actually, when I logged on, when I was doing my research earlier, I noticed that I still had, like, because I was playing this a few years ago. And I had like 14,000 slime coins, which is like the premium currency. Which, to give you an idea of how much that really is, I got wings for my head, which I have hidden right now, because there's actually a button now in the settings where if I go to game settings, is it game settings? No, it's graphic. So I can actually hop off my mount here. I can turn off my weapon effect. So now you can see that my weapon's not glowing anymore. And those are the wings that I have on my head. But I can shut them both off if I want. But I'm going to keep the glowy wand because I like it. That's a problem though. Every single time that you're like you do anything involving the UI, it likes to like pop everything back to where it was, and it's very frustrating. So what was I going with? Oh yeah, the cash shop stuff. This game, do not let it kid you by its cute cel shaded anything. This game is about as predatory as it gets when it comes to the cash shop. And they make very, very little effort in hiding it. They absolutely want your money, and they don't care. It's not nearly as bad as Blizzard, but that's not a very far fucking jump either way. They are sitting right next to each other, cheating off of each other's tests. They don't care. There goes a warrior on a bike with his default apple haircut, blue hair. However, this is one of the first games I ever saw that actually let you get mounts that were a two-seater. The only problem is, A, there's no flying in this game, so, which I'm glad there's not, because the collision on this game is fucking terrible, no matter what. Like, the actual collision detection in this game is awful, like, to the point where you can actually get stuck on a clearly walkable environment. or like this pile of arrows here that's like, oh look, that's really cool. Like there'll be another decorative set of arrows in the field somewhere, and you're running from a mob, and you like, I click to the other side of it, and like I'll get janky stuck, and it'll path around just long enough for the mob to come up and kill me. Like there's weird shit with it. So I am actually going to, before I get started on the whole cash shop thing, because like I said, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 sticky notes worth of information that I've got to get through. Because there's a lot of cool bits that need to happen with this. So I want to... Where was the teleporter again? I'm pretty sure there was actually a portal. Or you know what? Let's hang out here with the breakdancing skeletons. That seems like a pretty good idea. So let's have a seat on the ground while we talk about everything. So I'm not really sure what's going on here or why this is happening, but I'm not upset. I'm not upset that I decided to show up to this spot, because this is bumping. Kind of wish there was some better music though in this spot. Anyway, back to the point of this. So the initial thing, like I was saying, the cash shop in this game is predatory. Pretty bad. And it's always been that way. It's never pretended to be anything but. And more than anything else, it's always frustrated me, because after I got like 2 years into college for game development, did it finally click why it was that they were so bad with everything. Like, let's get on to number one. So in today's day and age, essentially, if you spend, like, you're playing a mobile game, you got Candy Crush or, you know, Raid Shadow Legends, Genshin Impact is a big one. What is it? Tower of Fantasy is the other like Genshin clone that's come out. But there's plenty of mobile games out there. FIFA, for example, Overwatch 2, Overwatch 1, where it's like they sell you cosmetics for stuff that already exists in the game, which is, you know, fine, whatever. This is a free-to-play game. If it's a good game and I'm playing it, I want you to make money because I want to keep playing your game. I'm totally fine with that. However, the issue really is how you go about the process. Because what I can show you here is just to give you a taste of what this game is all about underneath, you know, the spooky dancing skeletons that are just full of swag and wonder. This is a helmet that is a cosmetic item that I bought with the last of my currency that I had already, that I had loaded into this account years ago. So like I've already spent the money, so I might as well redeem it, right? So this is a helmet that gives me 7% critical rate. This is a tail that gives me 3%. This is a pair of wings on my back that give me 7%. This is an outfit that gives me 7%. Are you following me here? Most of these items, there are miscellaneous stats associated with them in the cash shop. You can just go through and pick whatever stats you want. Some things have evasion, some things have defense or magic defense, some things have aim, which is, you know, accuracy in a game. Like in this game, you can actually miss, so you do need to have an aim stat that's, you know, up to a certain point. Getting sidetracked, moving on. Maximum health, maximum mana, physical defense, magic defense, aim, evasion, physical attack, magical attack, critical rate. Or, you know, just like one of them that's, I'm pretty sure it's a mini pet that just increases your health and mana by 500. Which really isn't like a big deal. It's not a lot, but in the end game, having a pet that just gives you some health and mana is a pretty big deal. Now, I did the math earlier, and I haven't bought any slime coins because I'm not entirely sure if it works kind of like Genshin does. Like the first time in a month that you make a purchase for Primo Gems in Genshin Impact, like if you get but I don't know what the rates are off the top of my head, but let's just say if you spend $20 for 2,000 Primo Gems or 2,600 Primo Gems or whatever it is, we'll just say $20 for 2,000. Okay, that lets you roll the digital roulette 20 times for characters, so you get to do two 10 packs of rolls, which usually guarantees you a purple character or a purple thing or better every 10. It's not guaranteed, but it's a higher chance, right? So the first time that you make that purchase of the $20 bracket, it effectively doubles the amount of stuff that you get, but only once. So like there's a $1 range, a $5 range, a $10 range, a $15 range, 20, 30 or 40, and then 50, and then 70, and then 100. Like it's got a bunch of tiers to it, but every one of those buttons that you click to buy has the ability to double it once per month, but every one of them. So it's like, oh, you know, I spend $100, but it's like I actually got 200% value because I only spent $100, but I got $200 worth of stuff. Yeah, good stuff. It's all psychological warfare. However, I'm guilty of that because the girls on that game are cute as fuck, and I will die on this hill. Genshin Impact for life. So, and my missus will back you up on that too. She absolutely is 100% like, oh, what is it? Shenhei. Shenhei will be coming home eventually, okay? For those that know, you know. She will be coming home eventually. Now, on this game, let me see if I can bring the picture up. No, I'm gonna have to change this to be my first monitor. There we go. So I can drag this over. I took this screenshot earlier. If I can actually move this over the rest of the way. God, I hate this new Windows. I miss Windows XP. All right. So this is what we're looking at. This is a picture of the different tiers, and like you go down and it's like you spend, it'll give you a $20 or $30 amount that you can buy, and it'll, I don't know, it'll be worth like $20, and then you'll get like some sort of item attached to it. So it's like I get the slime coins, but then they give me a something too. But this table here is effectively like, this is their price range. This is the amount of like coins that you can effectively do stuff with. And I don't believe there's any limit to how much you can buy. And it's kind of annoying trying to figure it out, because if I drag this off over here and I click on here, there is actually this button here on my UI should open up their store. But it doesn't. It just doesn't. It hasn't worked in so long. Like there's another button that opens up the forum. Again, nothing. It does nothing. It's not actually attached to anything anymore. So let me bring this picture back up, just so that way you can see what I'm talking about here. $1 gets you 880 slime coins. $3 gets you 2635. So even if you were like, oh, well, I'm just going to do this a cheaper way, like 880, we'll get the calculator out. I'm bad at math. 880 times 3. So if you were to actually spend, tell me how this makes sense in a perfect world. This is $1 for 880 slime coins. If you bought this same slime coin 3 times, you would actually have 5 more slime coins than their $3 option. 5 more. You can see it right there. 2635. 2640. I'm double checking 1,000 times here in my head because I am terrible with math. I am awful with math. But you get my point. They don't care. They just care about you playing the game. And I think a lot of this game here is funding off of nostalgia. Because this was a lot of people's first MMO. A lot of people. Because at the time, like I said, you had EverQuest 2, I think. I'm not sure if Guild Wars was out or not. Probably. But EverQuest, Guild Wars, Perfect World, and any of their umbrella suite of games. World of Warcraft. You know, like that's pretty much the top dogs. I think there was like Warhammer Online or some shit. Knights of the Old Republic, I think, was another one, or like the Star Wars MMO. There was a few of them that were out, but it was fucking tough. It was really tough to be able to get people to stay. People were jumping back and forth every couple weeks because there was MMOs all over the place. You couldn't go wrong. There was one I think it was called Memento Mori, and its literal tagline was the bloodiest MMO. That's it. That's the whole fucking game. It's just like the bloodiest MMO. That was the game. Their whole tagline was there's blood and lots of it. The game fucking sucked. I tried it. But all things considered, moving back to this little bit of a story here, back in like 2006 or 2007, maybe even 2008-9, anywhere from 2006 to 2009, was really when I was playing this game. This was my game. I wasn't playing shit on consoles. I wasn't playing any other MMOs. I wasn't playing anything on any smartphones or any crap like that because I just didn't have one. I didn't care. But this was my main game. I was heavy into this shit and I loved it. I loved every bit of it. I got to know so many people on the server. I had a guild, I was running that, talking with people, hopping in Skype or Ventrilo to be able to have voice comms with people while we're playing this shitty game. And it was just a fantastic experience. It was a lot of fun. But back then, spending $50, some people... I mean, I've been guilty of that recently with Genshin. There's been a couple times where I'm like, oh, I saved up a little bit. I'm just like, I'll fucking drop 50 in a day. I don't care. Like, if I've saved up for it, yeah, you know, I'll throw it into the game because it's like, there's people who fucking want it. And, you know, you don't really care because you're like, whatever. That's just how games are. That's how the culture is these days in a way. But back then it wasn't. It was really fucking taboo. Like, you felt it. At least it was for me. Like, money was fucking tight. Money was real tight back then for me. And if I spent $10, $20, like that had to mean something. That better be important. Because we got bills and like we need to make sure that the bills are paid, food, gas or insurance, just the whole fucking thing. You get it, right? Like we're all adults here. And if you're not, why are you here? Get out. So I'm just kidding, you can stay, but there's going to be salty language. There's going to be adult themes. So like I'm not curbing my tongue. This is your warning. If you're not supposed to be here, if you're not over 18, then you should go. I don't want to get in trouble for you being here. Anyway, moving on from there. Back then, shit was steep. It was a lot of scratch, and it wasn't easy to get. So we ended up... Now, I'm getting sidetracked. Let me drink some tea. Okay. I've got so much to say on it, and I just can't pick a thread and stay with it. So, back to the initial thing. Here's the nuts and bolts of it. For what I'm wearing, just this right here, you can see the price table that I had up there. Right? So you can see that in these 4 tiers right here, it looks like it has a special thing next to it, and it says so on the box. Now, I'm fairly sure that this is the same thing that they do with Genshin Impact and probably some other games. The very first time that you buy, like, you can buy that once. So the first time that you click this tier with 6,600 coins for $5, you can't buy it again. Because you can see underneath it, there's the exact same dollar for dollar amount for USD, but it's 4,400, so you're getting 2,200 more slime coins for the exact same price. Okay. Then you go down to $20. Instead of 19, it's 28. And then we go down to $30. It's 43 instead of 29. And then we go down to $50 and it's 74 instead of 49. But they don't have any bonuses for the $100. Suspicious. Quite suspicious. Because they know you're not going to actually spend that $100. Fat chance of it. There's a fat chance somebody's going to drop $100 immediately on this game. Doubtful. But if they could get you to, I really want to mount. I'm tired of riding around on my hobby horse. I'm tired of walking everywhere. I'd like to have a fast mount. Funny thing, you could spend $2 and you could get 2,600 coins and you could get a 30-day mount, or hear me out, you could spend $5 one time, just this one time. We got you. We love you. And you could buy yourself a permanent mount for $5. And you have a little bit left over that you could, I don't know. According to these over here, you could get yourself a mini pet that sits on your shoulder for 30 days. Wouldn't that be cool? It'd be cute. This cute little mini pet on your shoulder. It just sits there, gives you some stats. Just sits there. Doesn't do much. You have a little bit of a bonus. And then you're in. You've been hooked because you've made the purchase. Far more intelligent people have made far better exposés on this thing than I have. And really, this is just a vehicle to get to the point that I was trying to get at earlier. So now that we've established that it's relatively like predatory. Now, I'm not really predatory, but it's like, it's fucking, it is what it is. It's microtransactions. It's garbage. So down here on this $50 mark, the one-time purchase gets you 74,000 coins. We'll just round that down, so it's 74K. I actually went through, and before I started my stream up earlier today, I went through and I scoured the cash shop for everything that I could think of. As a seasoned Fiesta player, I've played this game for too many fucking years to count. Still love it. I don't play it anymore. For all of the cosmetic items that you can see me going around here, And we're not even getting into enhancement yet. And notice I said yet. We will fucking get there. So, just bare bones, mind you. This is bare bones stuff. I have a theory that all of the functionality of this game when they first designed it was built into the game, and then somebody with a suit and a tie said, no, absolutely not. I want you to gut all of that functionality and all of the player power, and I want you to sell it back to them. Because that's effectively what happened. Because here we fucking go. Number one, is this here. This little section of paper. Freeze frame, cool, you can't read it. Good, I'm gonna read it anyway. So these are the cash shop items that you can wear. And some of them are the same that I've got. Most of them I picked because of the fact they're on sale. Halloween is over, so fashionably speaking, you wouldn't want to wear stuff when it's not Halloween anymore, if it's not Halloween. You know, you want to dress up for the next holiday, whether it's Thanksgiving or Christmas, you know, because those two I think are celebrated in here somewhat. I know Christmas is big time. Now, the charcoal wings, or the devil wings, they're just about the same price. I get 7% critical, and this set of wings is 2,200 or 2,520 coins. The outfit was 1960. Oh no, the charcoal wings are on my head. Let's see. We've got the helmet for 2520, the body for 1960, the back item for 1750, the tail for 3600. It's starting to add up quite a bit. And these only last for a month. However, if I add all of those percentages together, I'm sitting at about roughly 28% additional critical rate. That's a pretty big bonus. If you just go through and pick only one stat that you care about, or one that you're building your character around, you can get really fucking powerful. Very powerful, just because. You know, you don't really have to think about it too much. Now, there's another thing you can see here, that I've got this pretty little butterfly staff. That's a weapon skin. This does nothing. If I take it off, that's what my weapon really looks like. Garbage. So these weapon skins look pretty, but they have durability. So if you want your weapon to look cool, then we're going to sell you a solution to the problem of our weapons looking like shit. But if you want to fix it, I've got weapon repair kits. Where do you think they came from? You guessed it, the cash shop. So now I take this, right click, repair. Yes. Oh, what beautiful music. Now, that's basically every attack that I do takes 1 durability away, I'm fairly sure. So even if I'm auto-attacking something, it makes it go away. Now, this is a weapon skin that you can buy outright. There are weapon skins that you can get from a minigame I'm not sure even exists anymore because I did not see it on the site at all. However, I do have a picture from my cleric. And you can see here, Teva Hammer, cleric or higher. It's a hammer skin. That's what it looks like. Durability, physical attack power, 10%. Magic attack power, 10%. Aim, 5%. Critical rate, 5%. When you're dealing with percentages, they scale the higher your numbers go. Quick math. Okay? So if I was to go through, for example, in this whole outfit set that I picked for this here that I'm doing, the whole purpose of this little this stream here, if I was to add all of that together, where I am right now, I have got 33% critical rate from money. Just money. Now, what I haven't talked about yet is everything else. So based on my own personal research here, we've got 33% critical rate. Well, just humor me with the weapon skin over here. I don't have one of them cool weapon skins on this mage because I don't know if they actually offer them anymore. But it's like a loot box sort of thing. Like you spend 1,000 slime coins for a loot box chance of getting a weapon skin, and you might not get one for the character you're looking for. You randomly get one of whatever. So, what I was getting at is, let me finish the slime coin bit. In order for you to be fully kitted out with every convenience, every single convenience that you can get in the slime coin shop for this game, and I'll itemize them out here in a second. You could do the one-time purchase for $50 and get the 73 or 70, what is it? Yeah, the 74,000 coins. You could get that because it costs 73,884 roughly for like a first-time player for you to get everything, every last squinch of power that you can squeeze out of that cash shop is about $50 a month. Because everything has a duration. There is no permanent upgrade in that shop. There are two. One of them is a beauty shop that lets you customize your character's head and face. Hair, face, and it's all just like interchangeable faces and hair. There's no like scaling to choose what your hair looks like or whatever. No, it's just whatever you've got. So if I look over here to get back to this now, I've got 73,000 worth of upgrades. Let's go through what those upgrades are. The first section of them is exactly what I've showed you already. We've got the head, body, back, tail, weapon skin. Weapon skin is kind of like you can interchange it, take it in and out. Because I only threw it in there for the sake of the stat number for the crit rate. I will be getting to that later. So you've got all of those, but there's another category as well because there are some head items that only are a half hat. So you can put things on your face, which is another category. You can have a hat, and then you could have glasses, a mustache, or something that is like something that goes on your face. It's all cosmetics. They all last 30 days. So there's technically another category on here. Moving on. So now there's something that they show off that is called... Oh, you can't see it. Sorry. The Elite Leveling Bundle, which costs 22,475 slime coins. And it includes a Blessing of Teva, which lasts for 30 days, because when you die in this game, you lose experience. You cannot lose your level, but you will lose experience when you die. The Blessing of Teva stops you from losing experience, huh? Yeah, sounds pretty good. Seems like something you'd want. You don't want to... I mean, if you're level 90 and it takes you literally 2.5 hours to complete a single repeatable worth 1% of your level, certainly don't want to lose it going AFK, dying to a mob. And it happens. You have an HP SP extender by 50%. Whatever your actual health is, baseline in the game, no buffs, just your base health is now extended by 50% in addition to your mana. I don't know. Oh, no, it does work for Crusaders, which they don't use mana. They've got like an energy bar. And the best thing on this list is a 100% monster kill experience scroll. So every monster that you kill, double experience. Lasts for 30 days. Pretty good deal, right? Considering the fact that all three of those things separately are actually more expensive if you purchase them separately, it's one of their finer deals. They're far and few in between, trust me. And then we've got another thing that I added to this list because why not, is the Quest Experience bonus card that gives you 20% more experience from turn-ins. When you complete a quest and you turn it in and it gives you your reward and it gives you your experience, you now get 20% more experience from that. So instead of getting 1% of your level for every repeatable that takes you 2 hours to complete, you now get 1.2% of your level, huh? Yeah. Pretty good shit. Oh, and excuse me, the quest experience bonus for the 30-day version, because why would you want anything else? That's 20,400 coins on its own. And next on the list, it's a lot. Charms. What are charms? Well, there is a bundle for your charms that you get one of them that gives you a 50%, yes, 50% bonus to your physical and magical attack for an hour. Some of them are 2 hours. Doesn't really matter the difference between them. A 50% increase to your defense and magical defense. Again, 50. And then a Charm of Might, which is also 50%, but it's both strength and defense. So your magic, physical, magic, physical. So you've got a singular strength, a singular defense, and then another one that is combined of the two. And the trick in this game has always been, you buy 3. You buy all 3 of these. Because you use the strength and the defense, then the might. So with this, you are now 100% more powerful than you were. Pretty good deal. You get 10 of each. So it's essentially, if give or take, if it is 1 hour, you have 10 hours a month where you are literally God mode. And that ticks down whether you're online or not. It used to be just a buff, and you could log off and have it be saved. But now they added it to the time-limited item window, so it counts down whether you're logged in or not. They're 10 each. So it could be either the 1 hour or the 2 hour for those. So you're either getting 10 hours a month or 20 hours a month. Because why would you want to spend more than that, right? And now that is 5,433 slime coins. Are we keeping tally? Because don't worry, there's fucking more. We'll leave mounts over to the side because we're getting to that. And now we have the HP SP extender that I've already talked about, which increases your health and SP, or mana, by 50%. So whatever your base health is, cut it in half, add it on. So now you've just got that much more health. You can get one that lasts for 2 hours for 345 coins. You can get another one that lasts for 7 days for 2,875 coins. Or you can get one that lasts for 30 days for 6,475 coins. While I'm talking about this, let me see if I can find that picture again. Because I think it would probably be relevant for everyone to be able to see Where are you? Where are you? Cool. So here we are. And then there's another item called the Mighty Potion, which gives you 10 of those. Pretty sure those potions last for an hour. And they just give you plus 10 to your stats. Just plus 10. 10 strength, 10 endurance, 10 dex, 10 stamina, or 10 intelligence, 10 spirit. Main stats plus 10. Cool. Lasts for an hour. You get 10 of them for 1,425 coins. And then there is the HP Magic Potion and the SP Magic Potion. They are an item that you use that I have right here that have different tiers to them. It is a magic potion, magic, that has a specific amount of health or mana pooled within it that you can continuously click off global cooldown and has no global cooldown. So as long as you are pressing the button that you have it keybound to, you will regain health as fast as you can click. 300,000 health is in that vial. I don't know if you can see on the bottom of my screen, but I'm sitting at a fat 2,300. That's a lot of health. And also, the funny part is that you can use this in tandem with your health crystals, normal potions, a healer healing you, and your magic potion. All of them can be used in the same fucking breath. Not broken. For the health one, it is 2,975 slime coins. And the magic one is 2,375. Why would anybody want the magic one? I wouldn't. It's dog shit. Who wants that? No one cares. Give me the HP. Now we move into, since I was already talking about that, we've got HP and SP stone capacity. You can see I've got 161 health stones and 271 magic stones on my health bar there. For 5,775 slime coins, you can have a 30-day 100% stone capacity increase. Because you playing this game, you can adventure and quest as long as you have stones. You do not passively regenerate your health unless you are mounted on a premium mount that is enhanced, I'm getting there, or a mini house, which I haven't discussed yet. Because when default, you push H on your keyboard, I believe, and it lets you rest. So it, like all the little shops that I was walking through there, yeah, that's the bit. That's how you heal passively. You do not heal passively at all. Just standing here, you will never heal. If I have 1 health, I will be at 1 health until I snort a line of health stones, get in my mini house, or hop on a mount that is enhanced. Which makes me sad because now we're getting to the real nitty-gritty of it. So, now we're getting into mounts. Now that we've seen all this price action here, I think I'm just going to close that out of the way. So now we get into mounts. They vary. For the 30-day versions of mounts, which the selection changes whenever they feel like it, the only permanent mounts in the game are hobby horses. And if you don't know what a hobby horse is, it's one of them. It's a stick that has a horse head on it. That's a hobby horse. Objectively, in this game, there's a wooden horse that looks kind of funny. It's a toy that you can get at like level 5 or level 10, which increases your movement speed by 5%. But then there's the other hobby horse that you get that is at level 20, I think. I'm walking over here to the item merchant so that way I can see, because I'm pretty sure he sells them. Oh, yeah. So they have donkeys. I forgot they have donkeys now, which are a little bit faster. No, he doesn't have the wooden horse, but I do have the hobby horse, so I'll just buy that and I'll hop on it so that way you can see it. Look how fast it takes me to get on this mount. It's adorable, but it blinks and it's creepy. It's sentient. I don't know if you can talk to it or not, but it is fucking creepy. So you press spacebar and you do a mount special thing, but all it does is go whoop. And I've been gone, as I said, for a long time on this game, so they gave me a returning user's mount. Which is, you know, it's cute. It's not very fast. But now if I get on the hobby horse, that is not much better than running. That is terrible. They do not want you to be comfortable. You can, and I've known a few players, you can play this game without spending $1 on it. I don't recommend it. It is not fun. If you're gonna play it to like level 20 and you should be good. That'll give you just about everything you need to experience the game. Don't pay too much attention to the tutorials that they show because most of it is translation errors and very bad English and busted mechanics, and there's a few of the tutorials that pop up on the screen that are so dated that they don't have those mechanics in them anymore, or the NPCs are different. It's been a while. They might have updated it. I'm not entirely sure. Just be warned that things might not be exactly as they seem. So, the 30-day versions of mounts, like this returning user mount here, this only lasts for 3 days. Hey, we're glad you logged back in after a very long time. Here's a mount you can use for 3 days. 3. Then you can fuck off, unless you give us some money. So the mounts you can buy from the slime coin shop range from 1,400 or 1,400 to 2,700 slime coins, and they last for 30 days. They're decent enough mounts. They're fast enough. But the permanent mounts, the ones that don't go away, they range from 3,850 slime coins to 5,000 flat. Now, I went hard into this game the last time I was playing it, and you can see here that I've got this purple zip board. This is my mount, and I liked it because it was, you know, like a hoverboard. How cool is that? Does a little sound effect, does a little thing. I've enhanced this mount to +4. You can enhance a mount to +5. So, my move speed is increased by 80. I have 8% HP regeneration, 8% SP regeneration. My cooldown is reduced, my casting time is reduced, and all of my stats are +30. I'm not sure if that just affects me passively or only while I'm on the mount. But this is really going to further explain the trick I'm going to be showing everybody here in a little while. Because I already talked about it last night, and it literally gave me some infamous bits. So, every time you get a mount, one of these permanent mounts, even if you manage to, like, somebody gifts you one, or there's some sort of promotion going on, and you get a permanent mount, but it's not your favorite, you can come over here in Alderan to Item Merchant Nina, and you talk to her, upgrade mover. And now you can take your mount, put it in here, and then you can sacrifice another permanent mount, and it must be a permanent mount from the store. You can't just upgrade with hobby horses and this durability or the time frame mounts. It has to be a permanent mount from the store. Every time you upgrade it, it becomes faster, you get stats, and it takes less time for you to get on it. Now, I just to show, I'm going to put these two right next to each other. I'm going to click the hobby horse, and we're going to count. I'm going to right click this time. So, ready? 1, 2, 3. 3 to 3.5 seconds, depending on latency. Cooldown is abysmal. This is how fast I go. This... And the donkey isn't much better. Now let's count for my zip board. 1. It wasn't even a full second. I was on this thing before the cast bar finished. That fast. Why wouldn't you want that? So, for what I was making this whole little thing about earlier, to showcase something that is more for if anybody has ever played Fiesta or has ever played a private server named Selesnya. Pretty sure it was named Selesnya. What I'm going to be showing you is a trick that I figured out back when I played that server. And it never occurred to me before then to actually give this a full, like, let me make a stream or a little bit of information about it. But this is a fun trick. And I'm going to be bringing up a few points of interest here now that I've covered the whole cash shop thing and made sense of that. And it feel like it made sense. Everybody, we're all caught up. You have any questions, fire them away. I'll try to look over and pay attention to what's happening there. But moving on, get yourself some tea and buckle up, because this is an old game. However, I'm fairly sure I've never seen anybody do methods like this to be able to accomplish tasks. So I'm going to warp to Aruga, and my game is probably going to crash from all the people, or like there's going to be a frame drop, because this is the third town. Well, there's Sand Hill, but I mean, who fucking goes there? This is usually where all the shops are at. This is where all the people are that are selling crap. It's taking so long. Every one of these is a mini house. And when you want to sell things, if I just open up, or I hop off my mount here, I just push H on my keyboard. This is my mushroom house. This is how I heal. So if I open up housing options, end rest, vendor, I want to sell. As long as I'm logged in, I can sell shit. I can put items up here if I want to. Boom. I'll put it in for 99 gold a piece. So if anybody wanted to buy that, that's what they would have to spend. I'm not going to open this up, but, you know, I can just name the title of the store whatever I want. I only get 5 slots. Cancel that out. Look at these other mini houses. 1, 2, 3, 4. I only had the 1, but they've got 3 extra. If you want to be a good tycoon, you have to spend money and get yourself a mini house. I didn't look at what the pricing was on the mini houses because, quite frankly, it didn't feel like it was necessary to what I'm going to be like showing here. But the mini houses are cute. It's a fun concept. I'll give them that. So, if at any rate, oh cool, oh never mind, they're gone. They had the same type of shield on their shoulder that I do, but it was a different color, so it was from a different server. Now there's a bunch of people with different mounts. You can see running around here. They got different stores and whatever. What level is that person? I want to try and find a spot where there's not a lot of people to be able to do this. Because there's somebody, looks like we got a couple people here who are questing. This is a fantastic grind spot for the level 60 quests. Like, you get up to that area, and that's these two, like King Mushroom Conqueror and Orc Hunter. That's these mobs. Orc Hunter, King Mushroom. No matter what, because I've completed the licenses on this weapon, if I have this weapon equipped, or somebody else has this weapon equipped, they will instantly be doing 80% more damage to these enemies. Completing a license on a weapon is so much better than not having one at all, because even just putting a license on a weapon, like I've got a Fire Nyx Killer on the bottom there. That's just putting it on the weapon. I'm automatically doing 15% more damage to the monsters in question. Now, if I just sit here and watch for a minute, you can see those, the fighter there and the archer. He's running around on the hobby horse, slowly, pulling the mobs. And you can see how the whole transition works. You got somebody over there who is picking mushrooms. Lady Calrin. Hey, big shout out. So he's over there. He's doing what he's doing. He's pulling the mobs, getting the aggro on them. And now she's dropping her AoE, which poisons them. And you can see little stars and moons above their head. He just dropped his move to stun them. And that's a tactic. That's how people do this. That's generally how it works in this game. Like, the people who are, they're the heavy hitters, they stay out of the way, but the person who is the tank does all the heavy lifting. So let's unlock that and bring it out of the way here. So they're doing a quest. They're doing whatever they're doing. But what I figured out is it's possible as a mage to not need to do that. You don't have to rely on somebody else for that. And not for the reasons that you think. Because if I go to my actual gear here, you can see that I've got enhanced gear. It's +3. I believe tier 1, which is like level 1 to like 20 of actual gear in the game. Like, you can see item level 3. That means it's tier 3. Item level 1 is up to level 20. So, you know, item level in games, but it's really simplified. Anyway, when you're enhancing, the bare bones of it is to enhance an item from +0 to +3, you need Elru. In order to enhance a piece of gear from +3 to +6, you need to have Lix. Lix. And in order to enhance from +6 to +9, you need Zir. Xir. It's a fun way to say elixir, but that's essentially, like, that's the entire fucking game. every single weapon, every single piece of gear, they all follow the rule of 3. 3 levels of Elru, 3 levels of Lix, 3 levels of Zir. Excluding legendary equipment that I don't know much about, but that's not important right now. If you want to enhance a piece of gear, you need those 3 types of stones. Enhancing a piece of gear is not guaranteed. If I've actually got... I wonder if I have a scroll of... No, it's all Eldarin scrolls. So I'll do this first. Interesting. Alright, I'm going to warp back to Eldarin, and I'm heading to Rumen, which is a really fun way of almost saying ramen. Now, I'm going to give a very base showcase of how enhancement works in this game, just so you have an idea of how it works. Because it's been a minute since I've done it, so I want to make sure that I'm not talking out of my ass. There's so many people in shops and nobody actually doing anything. So again, it's a Halloween event, so everything's spooky scary. Now, I'm pretty sure I come up over here, because this is roughly where, like, there's a tutorial and whatever else now. I'm not really sure how it works, but this is the first town. This is Rumen. I'm not sure what's going on there or why, but let's buy something from Blacksmith James. For simplicity's sake, I'm just going to buy a level 1 short staff. Take off my skin, and I'll put the short staff on. This is the staff that a mage starts off with. There's a skeleton just fucking getting it back there, man. Hell yeah, get it, boy. So now I need to remember where it is, because I'm pretty sure one of these vendors actually sells the enhancement stones. I think it might be Julia. No. She just sells the HP and SP stones. Furniture shop owner. Where's the item merchant? Is it pay? It might be pay. Boom, 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 boom. There she is. Skin retrieve? A weapon or shield skin into your premium inventory. However, sure you must have durability of 25,000. Its maximum skin must be bought from the item shop. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. If you accidentally pull a skin out on the wrong character, you can, or a weapon skin, you can put it back in. There's a horse mask on that sign. I just realized that. That's funny. Flying fish. Now it doesn't fly anymore. What the fuck is the point of that? Oh, that's the wooden horse. So... Oh, shit. No, I didn't want that many. Oh, well. It's fine. Oh, I'm just throwing money at her. So, anyways, here we go. So, I've got 100 Elru for some reason. Well, if they stack up to 100, that's really good news for me, because I've got a few mules that really need to have their inventory sorted. All right. So, now I can take this item off. I'm in the enhancement window now. So you can only do this at the blacksmiths, and these guys are basically Satan. They are... There's a reason why there's a skeleton back there just dancing, because that is all of your hopes and dreams if you think you're ever going to +9 something without spending $1 on this game. Because trust me, it's not going to fucking happen. So you put Elru in here, and you put it in any one of these slots. It doesn't matter. Now, the premium item, because of fucking course there is, the premium item for this is Red Eye. Decrease the chance of destroying and item. Look at that closely. Decrease the chance of destroying and item. This game is riddled with typos. Use a gold 9. Instead of a period, they've got a bracket, or a lesser than. Increase the item enhancement success rate. Use a blue mile. Decrease the chance of downgrading and item. So the way enhancement works is when you're using this... yes, I'm aware. It is a roulette. It has to land on the opposite square in order for it to enhance. So now it's +1. So you can leave it in the same spot, but I like to always shift it over. Now tier 1, which is exactly what I'm using, does not break as long as it's +3 and below. The moment that you reach +4, the enhancement can fail and the item can be destroyed, deleted, gone. You lose the stone, you lose your staff, and a lot of this gear has stats on it, and it's blues that are tier set. You don't want that to happen. But the real reason to show this off is specifically for the serotonin. Do. Hearing that tone is just music to my ears. Cannot go higher. So now it's +3. So it's like, oh man, instead of doing 1 to 2 magic damage outside of your spells, it's now going to do 1 to 2 +3. So it's going to be doing 4 or 5 more damage. But the novel thing about this game that really just boosts your serotonin is that now you can see my weapon is glowy. You can see his weapon is glowy. That's bragging rights. That's important. That's big, big money. Which is why you can see this is +10. Now, if you haven't noticed, the way stats work on equipment in this game, no matter where you get it from, no matter how you obtain it as a drop or a find in a treasure chest, there is no possible way that the stats on the weapon can ever be higher than half of the required level. So this staff's required level is level 60. No matter what, the endurance, intelligence, spirit, strength, dexterity, none of it can ever be higher than 30. This staff is what you would call close to godly, because the endurance is at 29 out of 30. The intelligence is at 23 out of 30. The spirit is at 18 out of 30. Spirit's not very good on stats. It's fantastic as a character stat, but it's not so good on gear stats, because spirit on gear only increases your mana. Your total mana, not your recovery, just your mana. But there's a secret that not many people really understand about spirit when you add it to your character stat. We'll get to that in a second. Let me finish this bit about enhancement. So, if you want to enhance your stuff without it breaking, those 3 items that I was talking about here. Let's get back here and talk. Refine. Red Eye, Gold 9, Blue Mile. If your enhancement fails, for whatever reason, it has a chance to do nothing, break your item, or decrease its level. If you're not using any of these 3 things, all of them can happen. Even if you're using all 3 of these things, it has a chance to fail. It has a chance to not break, but it does have a chance of downgrading. I have had a weapon that I was enhancing go from +7, working on +8, downgrade to +2. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 5 failures in a row. Yes, you can do that, even with premium items. So it's incredibly expensive, and it's not guaranteed, which is why it's bragging rights when you do get weapons and gear that are enhanced, especially at the higher tiers. Because, of course, the lower tiers of gear don't last for very long. You level out of them quickly. It takes, I think, probably about a month of diligent, I mean, every fucking day putting in at least 5 to 10 hours of grinding to get from 90 to 100. Probably different now, but when I did it, it took forever. There was no repeatable quest that you could turn in from your quest log. No reason to ever go back to town. Like, it was terrible. So, drink time. Now we move on to this other fun bit. So you can see there, we got somebody who is super glammed out. Really awesome looking weapon. The shield is all enhanced. I'm pretty sure that's +12 or +13, I don't know. But this weapon that I have is +10. Now, if you want to make a weapon +10, you need a special stone called Charis. K-A-R-I-S. Charis, or Charis, however you want to call it. That's how it's spelled, that's how I say it, and I will not apologize. In order to get Charis, before, not sure how I mean, I know that they hand it out now, but before, when it first came out, the only way you could get it was to go to the blacksmith and dismantle a +9 weapon, which was the highest weapon you could get. So people were spending money to enhance things to +9 specifically to break them down to get 1 or 2 Charis, depending. Maybe 3. So you would spend roughly, at least at the tiers that mattered, because you could do it with tier 1 items and it would work. You could get stuff for them. But you'd only get 1. I believe you get 1 Charis per item level tier. So tier 3, you get 3. Tier 2, you get 2. Tier 1, you're getting 1. And a lot of people have alts that they would use for the kingdom quests, which are just basically hourly events where everybody of a level bracket goes in to accomplish a big task. And if you succeed, everybody walks out with a shitload of experience and some stuff, which generally is one of the best ways to level up in this game, but it requires there to be, you know, people. So, not really happening a whole lot. It's basically like instanced raids or instanced dungeons that required like raid parties to complete. So it was novel for the time. There was nothing like it. So In order to get your item to plus 10, you needed Karis. You had to break your shit down that you spent all the time upgrading to plus 9 to get Karis. But the difference between plus 9 and plus 10, plus 9 was essentially the top end of whatever your damage is on your weapon. It would be plus that. So like this weapon you can see is 247 to 336, but it's plus 516 because it's plus 10. It's been enhanced 10 times. But if it was plus 9, it would be roughly around like 300 or like 350, somewhere around there. It would be not much higher. So it'd be like, it would essentially, a plus 9 would double the damage you would normally deal with your weapon. A plus 10 does double and looks like about half. And I believe there's 11 and 12, and I'm not sure how much farther that goes because, again, I have not been into this game in very, very many years. So there's a lot of nuance to the culture of how this works. But most mages that I've known, when playing this game, when they're getting gear for their characters, they strictly stick with intelligence and endurance. Because if I go over here to my character stats, intelligence increases magic damage. So my magic damage is here, 1313 to 1418. More intelligence, more damage. But I've got dexterity and spirit. 69 spirit. But if I click my free stat, you can see something funny. It gives you an itemized breakdown of what your stats do. Spirit on gear, to my knowledge, does not affect your critical rate. Spirit in your character menu says increase magic defense and max HP or max SP. Down here, increase magic defense, critical rate, and SP. Strength and intelligence do the exact same thing, but one is physical, one is magic. Dexterity increases aim and evasion. So I have 5% aim, 3.4% evasion, 9% extra critical rate. Here's where things get fun with this game, if you pay attention to how it works. Now, I don't have like any spreadsheets to speak of. This is only from a player perspective. No spreadsheets, no hard tables and math to, you know, like prove this one way or the other. Maybe somebody out there does. This is a really old game. I doubt it, but if somebody wants to do that, I would love to see the fucking data on it. I would love to see it. But from what I have seen playing this game, the higher dexterity and the higher aim you have, the better chance of you hitting the higher end of your damage number. In this game, I have seen it. It has worked that way for me. The odds of me hitting a higher number based on the enemy that I'm fighting happen more often with more aim. So I realized that, and seeing how crit rate worked, that's when I started putting some pieces together for this game. And this is where everything starts getting really fucking crazy. To reiterate the story I've already told, I'm gonna bring you back to a few years ago. Quite a few years ago, as a matter of fact. We're talking like 2010, 2011, possibly. It was the late 2000s to the early 2010s, I should say, that me and my crew, which is all the people I used to play this game with, we were kind of sick and tired of the way that Outspark at the time was handling the game. And we ended up having one of our friends who was playing the game with us, they turned us on to a private server. Now, I'm fairly sure the name of this server was Selesnya Online. I don't think it exists anymore. Don't quote me, but it was a mega server. And it was probably the best version of this game I have ever played, over top of, like, you know, how it is right now. Like, it's not bad. You know, it's dated as hell, but it's salvageable. It is a great way to spend some time playing a video game. Let's put it that way. And it holds up to everything it used to be. It's exactly the same. It has not changed. Other than the fact that the economy's in shambles. Anyway, moving on. So, going through this, we started up Selesnya, and we were all playing together. We all basically made the exact same characters that we had on retail here. Retail. And we were having a good time playing and leveling up. And one of my friends, because and to get this going here, one of my friends realized that you can actually get stats for being married in this game. And if you don't know, this game was wildly ahead of its time. Wildly ahead of its time, because it did not care whether you picked a boy or a girl. Anyone can marry anyone. No questions asked. It's exactly the same ceremony. They don't give a fuck. But when you're married to a character, you get I think it's like a 2 or 5% buff to your stats just for being married. And then another 2 to 5% increase in your stats when you're in a party together. And to top off all of it, you had the ability to summon each other. Not teleport to the player. So if we're out questing, and we're like probably about maybe a 5 to 10 minute mount ride from town, like it's a far place away, and I run out of stones, I could be like, hey, spouse, whoever you're married to, we'll just call him Dave. So you're married to Dave, and you're like, hey, Dave, I need to go and I need to empty my inventory. I need to sell some shit, and I need to refill my stones. I'm gonna warp to town. Summon me back when I'm done. Sure, let me know when. Head to town, use a scroll, instant cast, go sell your stuff, fill some stuff up, go to the bathroom because you're safe, come back, send a message in party, hey, I'm done, summon me, click, boom, teleport, you're right next to the person. Right next to them. And then they can do the same. Every hour. Which is reasonable, considering how much time you actually have to spend in this game playing it. Now, he was into that. He was like, I absolutely want that. I just want that 5% stats because the level that I'm at right now, my health is just barely underneath 10,000, and I want that stat. And I was like, sure. Let me make an alt. So that way you can get married to it. If you've noticed on the top of the screen here, towards the middle, you can see green text that pops up every now and then. Those are the announcements for just about everything that's happening. So-and-so getting friend Karis from friend points. So-and-so enhanced something and made it to this level. So-and-so got this really rare title. There's also an announcement for when you are accepting someone's proposal to be married. And then there's also another announcement for when you are married. His character's name was Esro. horse spelled backwards, which is, you know, kind of haha, but, you know, he had horses and he wasn't a very imaginative guy. So I made my character and I never told him what the name was. So I made the character and I made a mage. And I named the mage His Right Hand. If anybody watching this has ever played Selesnya, and you are privy to a character named His Right Hand, hi, that's me. That's me. I was that character. It's been a while, but I'm going to put this up on YouTube afterwards, so if anybody happens to see that, hi. And if I ever took your grinding spot, I'm sorry, but monsters are made over the period of time, not from one incident. Sorry. So I named the character His Right Hand, and it was a joke because when he accepted the proposal, and we're both laughing like idiots, it says Esro's proposal has been accepted by his right hand across the server. And congratulations and well wishes when we finished getting married to Esro and his right hand. Ha 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 ha. Very, very good joke. So that was the story of that character. Now, I never played the character for a while. I didn't really care about it too much. And literally I was like, hey, you know what? For our honeymoon, you're going to power level me to 60. So he did. He power leveled me to 60 because he's like, yeah, I'm not really doing much anything else. And he was just like, I just want to feel tough for a while. I'm like, cool, you know. On that private server, there was a massive experience bonus. And drop rates and whatever else. Mob spawn, intensity. All of it. It was incredible. And it was at that point while I was leveling up that I realized something. You can have somebody who's higher level than you power level you by you put them on follow as a level 1 character, and then they just kill all the monsters and you get experience for it. You don't have to lift a finger. So now I'm going to get over here to skill info and show y'all a little something while I'm talking about this. So I've got my free stats here that explain what's going on. And I've got my actual skills. As a mage, and mind you, getting like the grind, having him power level me to level 60 made me understand this. You can see on a couple of my stats here, or my skills, there are little red dots, ice blue dots, dark blue, purple. Every time that you're, like, while you're leveling up, you get skill points. And it's not like you put them into actual, like, stats or whatever, like a talent tree. No. The talent tree in this game is baked into the fucking skills themselves, which is unbelievably cool. Most people make the mistake when they play a mage. Magic Missile, Ice Bolt, Fire Bolt, Lightning Bolt. Those are the first spells you get in the game. That's it. Like, those are the first spells that you get. Those only scale to the mid to upper 40s in terms of your level. The upgraded version of Magic Missile is in fact Magic Blast. But Magic Missile, when it comes to these other stats, if I click here, you can see, as I click down into the levels, let's go down to level 1, it starts off looking green. But then as you level it up, it changes the color of the skill icon. Pretty nifty. You can put any level of any skill you want on your bar and use it. And it's kind of, you know, old school WoW style as well. But here's the kicker. These spells do not level up anymore. I'm currently level 71, and you can see the highest level lightning bolt I have is level 49. Firebolt is 47, 45, 43. But if I go into this other page, Magic Blast, level 65. Level 1 of it is level 49. Ice Blast, which is not Ice Bolt, Ice Blast. Alright. Level 67, level 69, level 65. These are the same 4 fucking spells. But they're not on the same page. They're not like upgraded versions of these where it's like it stays Magic Missile until you click to make 08 become 09 and then it becomes Magic Blast. No, it's a completely different spell. Any skill points you put into this skill, P stands for points. If I click this, you can empower the strength, decrease the SP consumption, increase the effect time of a buff or a dot, decrease the cooldown, so that way you can use it more often. If you put points into any 4 of these abilities, you are fucked. You are essentially fucked as a mage in this game. Do not put any points into any of those spells. They stop being useful at level 50. They stop existing. You can still use them until you get to about mid 50s, early 60s, somewhere around there. Because your other spells catch up in damage. Like, we'll just look at Firebolt, for example. That's level 47, and that's 775 to 896. We'll go to Fireball. Level 1 of Fireball is level 53. 2840 to 3552. That's pretty fucking strong. For a couple levels of difference. Ice Blast, level 51. 843 to 1057. So, magic damage increase, travel speed decrease effect. So, that slows them down. But now if I go to Ice Bolt, the top level of that, at level 45, 312 to 362. Well, that's suspicious. That's not very powerful at all. Yeah, it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be fucking weak, because that's when it stops being effective. Go to level 1, 843. It is more than double its bottom damage. More than double of the top damage of Ice Bolt from Ice Blast. There is no point putting any single skill point, because these skill points, you only get so many. And it costs you actual money to re-roll your skill points in this game. And if you don't have money and you're playing free to play, there is no option to earn the coins. Not without selling your information and becoming a fucking slave. I'm still getting Capital One card shit in the mail. I'm not kidding. I did one thing to try and get a couple fucking Spark coins back when it was out Spark, and I'm still getting Capital One shit to this day. It's been 20 years. Well, almost. Somewhere around there. I mean, almost 20 years. It's been like 15, 12 years. Somewhere around there. It's been long enough. Anyhow, the point that I'm getting at is, no matter what, as a mage, there's no reason putting a single skill point into any of those. Not those spells. However, Magic Burst, this is a spell that is kind of worthwhile. Strangely enough, this is a spell you get at level 20. That's all it does. You slam your staff in the ground and boom, it does damage around you. It's an immediate cast, so you can cast it on the move. Actually, I think let's see. So yeah, even the level 1 version of it, you can cast while you're on the move. No, it says immediate cast, but you still have to stop and cast it. So that's the first AoE that you get as a mage in this game, is Magic Burst. That's the only one. That's the only damaging spell you have, minus Life Tap and Mana Burn, which it's just basically it hits the enemy's mana instead of their attack power. So, I mean, it's obviously Mana Burn, doi. That's all it's going to do. It's the only skill that you get before 60 that maintains its shape in your skill pages. Again, minus Life Tap, Dispel, Mana Burn, Purge, and Magic Blast. Well, Magic Blast is 49, yeah. So before the 40s, or around the 40s, like the point is, those first 4 spells that you get, Magic Missile, Ice Bolt, Firebolt, Lightning Bolt, those 4 spells, do not invest a single fucking point into those. At all. You can buy the upgraded versions of them because you're going to need them. Like, you're going to have to be able to play by yourself, or, you know, you're going to have to be able to do some damage, otherwise you're just wasting everybody's time. So, yes, put your points in, or don't put your points into them, but buy the upgraded versions of the skills because it's necessary. Now, when I got power level to 60, I realized that because I wasn't playing a mage. I didn't know anything about them. Again, I played warrior and I played cleric. Or fighter and cleric. Those were the 2 characters that I played as pretty much the entire time I was playing this game. And as I continued on, I realized that, like, oh, there's no point putting a single skill point into either one of those. And what I did instead was I paid attention to this. I went through all of these and I was like, okay. And I clicked each individual spell, and some of them have, like, Dispel. It removes debuffs that are magical from people. So there's no reason to, it doesn't need to have its power increased. It doesn't have an effect time because it's instant. You can decrease its cooldown, but it's not exactly a worthwhile thing to do because you're not a Dispel bot. You're a mage. You can use Dispel, but it's got a relatively short cooldown anyways. 30 seconds isn't that bad. But as you go through, you can see that we've got a handful of spells that are necessary. Magic Blast being one of them, as you know, as I showed a minute ago. Let me see if I can find an enemy here. Don't need many, I just need one. That's Magic Blast. It just shoots a ball of magic at the enemy. You don't even have to be facing them. You don't even have to anything. It just works. So, I put full power and full cooldown into this ability. Because it's literally the only ability that it's my spammable attack. It's the one attack I can just over again. That's my attack. That's my spammable. I've got Ice Blast and Lightning Blast. Those are both abilities that hit really hard. Lightning Blast, I believe, has a higher chance of stunning the enemy, but it doesn't do a ton of damage. Whereas Ice Blast, let's move this up over here. Yeah, there we go. So, Ice Blast has a cast time. It hits like a truck, but it's got a really big cooldown. So, like, okay, you know, do you want to have the cooldown be reset really quickly? Not so much, because even if I put 5 points into that, it's still 15 seconds of a cooldown. There's no amount of anything you could put into that skill to make it fully worthwhile in any facet. Lightning Blast is much the same, except it doesn't have a cooldown, or it doesn't have a cast time. It's instant cast. Fireball, on the other hand, very powerful move, but it has a nearly 1 second cast time. So you can't use it while you're moving. So at this point, around the level 60 area, or even before that, because the initial 4 spells still function the same way. Magic Missile, on the other hand, even though it says immediate cast, it's a lie. Did you see how I had to stop? You still have to stop to cast the spell. Even if it says immediate cast, they're all liars. Every one of these fucking spells are. So, with all of that in mind, let's go back to our skill info. These 4 are useless. Do not invest points into them. Upgrade them, use them. Do not put points into them. You're wasting your time and you're wasting your stats. Magic Blast, my personal taste, throw the cooldown to bottom. Like full 5 points into cooldown, 5 points into power. It will not fail you. You can throw a few points into SP consumption if you want as well. It's never a bad idea to have a good spammable single target. Something to fill the void in between your other spells. The thing is that once you reach level 100 in this game, could you imagine? When you reach level 100 in this game, you have a choice to make. As a mage, you have the choice of becoming a wizard or a warlock. A warlock has all of their single target spells have the ability to get enhancements past level 100. Whereas a wizard has the ability to have all of their AoE spells ascend past level 100. There's a few spells in the middle that they both share. But if you pick Warlock, your AoEs will never get better. And if you pick Wizard, none of your single target spells will get better. Minus a couple. I don't remember exactly what they are, but it's so that way you can specialize in something better. That being said, when you're building your character in the beginning of this game, a lot of people made the mistake of not knowing that. And when they reached the level cap, getting a full character reset was a fucking nightmare. It was expensive. And I'm pretty sure that there's an item you can get now, but when I was playing this game, if you picked Wizard or you picked Warlock, that was it. You were locked in. You could not change out of it. You were stuck as that class forever. My cleric became a guardian, which means he is really good with heals. All of his heals are stronger than what his counterparts would be. But all of my party buffs are weak as shit. Whereas a Holy Knight has really a lot stronger attacks, more attacks you can use. His party buffs are great, but his heals stop being as effective. Which is kind of fucking ridiculous. If you ask me, it should be, do you want better party buffs or do you want better attacks? But both get the ability to heal better. Moving on. So, when I leveled up, or got power leveled, and I figured all this stuff out, I realized something about this game. When it comes to crit, it does not matter how strong the enemy is, or how much damage you're doing, or how you do it. I'm gonna test this out to make sure. And I'm gonna bring this down here to the bottom so we can pay attention to the debuffs. When you crit, it staggers them for a second or so. It staggers them for a minute when you crit with a spell. Frost Nova does the same thing. Which is this spell. Now mine is really strong. These guys are white named, so that means I am way over leveled for them. Okay? Here's the bit. that I was trying to get at earlier. I figured, hey, since I got power level to like 60, there's no point in me really putting any points into anything else, because really around this level range, the only thing a mage is good for is their AoEs. So I've got this one that I put around myself. I've got Frost Nova. And I've got Inferno. So those are your two AoEs. Okay. If you play your cards right, you can cast both of them relatively quickly, within some sort of succession of each other. Get out of here. So I'm gonna need to find a couple enemies that are a bit more tough in order for everyone to, like, for me to actually showcase this properly. Again, enjoy your bumpin' tunes. So, what I was getting at, though, was I started actually paying attention to, like, how I was building my mage, because, like, I didn't have to, like, I wasn't just putting points in over time. I'm like, I have 60 levels worth of massive improvement I can put into this character right fucking now. So I did that. I got all the cash shop equipment that I could possibly fit on my character. So I had the full, like, what is it? I had the weapon skin as well. So that was 33% crit rate built in, or like on the cash shop items. If you have blue boots that are from a tier set, they give you crit rate. So that's another 4.5%. My weapon natively has crit built into it. But if you complete your licenses, as I have 2 of them here, that's an additional 5% per license. Some licenses give the ability to affect the native crit rate on your weapon itself. I'm fairly sure that the crit rate that's on these 2 right now only impact the crit rate that is going against the enemy that is in question. So I have extra 80% damage and 5% crit against mushrooms and against orcs. But I'm only doing 15% more damage against fire nixes, which look like giant seagulls that are blind. So, moving on from that, my necklace gives me an additional 2% crit rate. So if we add all of that up together, we are sitting at about... no, excuse me, I already wrote this down. Look at me, thinking ahead. So there are potions you can get too. Here's a potion. Strength increase tier 4. It increases your strength by 157. Not bad. And critical rate by 4%. I don't need to be a warrior. That crit rate's all I care about. So you drink a strength potion. The game gives them to you, don't worry about it. Also, alchemists can make them. I'm not going into professions. That's fucking garbage. That shit sucks. And then there's also concentration increase, which increases your intelligence. And again, you can see the theme here, increases your critical rate. So, at my current level, between the spirit that I have with free stat, 9%, we can get out our, actually, you know what? I'll just use my phone so that way I can look around through this as well. What? Sorry, I was watching TikToks. Calculator. So, we've got 9% plus 7, 14 plus 7, 8, 9, 10, so 10. All right. So adding up just these cash shop items, We are sitting at 33% crit. Plus 2. Plus 4. Plus 4.5. We are now sitting at 43.5%. And this isn't even like BIST stuff. This is some pretty garbage equipment, other than the plus 10 here that I have. That's pretty good. So I've got all of that added up together. I'm at 43.5% critical rate currently with this character. I have equipment in the bank for higher levels that increases that crit rate even further. It go further beyond. And now I've got this, well, let's see. What else do I have? Yep, so I've got this strength potion that gives me additional 4. So plus 4. 47. I'm pretty sure tier 3, which I ran out of the last time that I was playing, tier 3 or tier 4, it goes up by 1% per. So just for the sake of math here, we're going to push that up another 4. With every spell to crit. I could put my stats into... oh, that's bleed damage. I can't fix that. Sorry, bud. I could fix my stats up to increase my crit rate even further, because I'm fairly sure that once you reach the 9% here, it doesn't continue anymore. All your skill points. Full skill reset. Two wedding applications and such, yeah. I was just checking to see if because I remembered these little capsules here, that it's like one of them is, because this is, yeah, these are stat resets. That's a completely different thing. This is skill reset, so I would use this and it lets me reallocate all of these points into whatever I want. Now, the other thing I wanted to mention is, right now I'm using a staff, which that is a wizard weapon. Staffs do less damage, but they're more balanced, I think. Like they're more balanced in terms of like their overall like everything. Or no, staffs have more damage. How the fuck does it go? I'm not that far away. I'm heading back to Aruga. I know there's a vendor that'll shut me up with whatever I'm trying to say here. Right, so we've got staffs, and then we've got wands. So wands, the difference between these two, as you can see, fairy staff, magic damage is 224 to 304. A wand is 240 to 320. Okay, so the wand does more damage raw, and the fairy staff has higher aim than the wand does, for obvious reasons. But the wand has 1% more crit than the staff does. Those general stats change drastically when you get into greens. So this has 4% native. That crit rate would be 5%. So I ended up finding, while I was playing on that server, somebody was selling a wand that was supposed to be, and if you play this game and you know the value of it, they were selling it for 99 gems, but they made the mistake of listing it as 99 gold. And I found that shop, and this was like a +8 wand for like level 90 or 90. Yeah, it was like level 90. that had 2 completed licenses on it that gave it an additional 8% critical rate. And I bought it. They were upset. They shouted. And they asked who did it. And I snitched on myself and said as much, like, yeah, that was me. I bought it. And they were like, there's probably no way I can convince you to give that back to me and me give you your money back. And I said, no, there is no fucking way you're getting this back. And they're like, that really sucks. I hate your guts, but I get it. That was pretty much it. Like, everybody that I knew was basically telling me, you probably should have never said anything like that. But I'm like, you know, fuck it. Whatever. You know? The thing is that staff, or that wand, had the 5% crit built in. Or 6%, I can't really remember. The point is that by the time I got my character fully built out the way that I wanted it to be, which again is fully and utterly possible based on just the equipment in this game, which I'll go back right fucking now. I'll go right back now and show you. Because I got some of this stuff in my bank. I was stocking up. I was stocking up to see if I couldn't get all the gear that I needed for this character, so that way I could make the mage again. But I've just found myself unwilling to want to really play. So you can see that these boots have 6% crit for level 95. The boots that I'm wearing right now are 4.5. Changes up quite a bit. The earrings that I'm wearing right now are garbage. They're trash. The only reason why I'm wearing them is for that 2% crit. They're level 50 earrings. Level 70, these give me 2% evasion, 2% crit. These give me, you know, a handful of other stats, but it gives me nothing really good. I can actually change these out now, if I wanted to. Oh, right, you can't change equipment while you're on a mount. So there we go. I can switch those out, and now my endurance is a little bit higher. I've got 1% more evasion, which is good. That's the entire build of this character. That's how this character is built. So at level 80, there's this one, Dark Knight's Crest, which is, you know, you can see the stats here. I get 1 more percent for evasion, but my crit rate increases by 4%. I will be wearing these until my dying day, strictly for that crit rate. Because there are chances when you're enhancing your gear that it will increase the crit rate as opposed to other things. I don't know specifically what gear is triggered by that, but like these rings, for example, people sleep on them because they're like, oh, the stats are really crap. You're wrong. Magic damage. Magic damage. 25 to 33 magic damage. 37 to 48. Not that big of a deal. But when you consider that the raw damage of this staff is 247 to 336, that's a pretty hefty chunk. And if I put 2 of them on there, I'm wearing 2 of these rings. 33, 33. That's 66 more potential damage I add to this. 66. 6, 7, 8, 9. 402. 402 now instead of 336. Considering that it's only the highest amount of damage I can get out of the staff is 300, going up to 400 seems pretty good. 1339 to 1444. You see where I'm going with this? Just a little bit of a bonus, because the fact is, yes, you can get a lot of damage out of intelligence. Yes, you can. It's entirely possible. If you had the godliest of godly gear, and you had the perfect blue or the perfect stat block for a legendary weapon that was like full capped stats for intelligence and endurance and dexterity and spirit, and like it was all full godly, like a level 60 staff that's just 30, 30, 30, 30, 30. The whole thing just fucking lit, right? Yes, of course you're going to be doing a shitload of damage. But the point that I'm getting at with this is survivability, not power. Because if you play this correctly, you get to do something interesting. Now it takes a little bit of training to do, and if you're playing this game as a clicker, you're gonna have a bad time. You're gonna need to use your keyboard for this, and definitely you are going to need to macro your mount to a button you can hit at a moment's notice. And it is absolutely necessary that you have a mount that is either the 30-day one, which you can mount fast. It needs to be about a 1 second cast time for you to do this. And I tested this with the purple zip board here. About level 2 or level 3 and you're fine. You can do this at like +2, +3, you're fine with it, like the permanent mounts. Doesn't matter which one. I just added another one to it because I still had a balance that was left over from the last time that I was playing, and I wanted to, you know, have it all zhuzhed up so that way I get some value for the money I already spent. Now, thick magic. Moving on from that, my character at that point had a native crit rate of 87.5. In the other game, mind you. I had an 87% chance to critically hit with everything that I was doing. Everything. At level 95, I was able to take on level 125 characters in like the duel arena or whatever and damn near kill them. They had a hard time being able to hit me because my evasion was so high and my crit rate was so high. Because my aim was also really high, which means their evasion, that there was a dump stat, they did nothing with it, I could hit them more often than they could hit me. And when I did hit, I was slapping the shit out of them. Now that we've come to the conclusion of this, because I'm going to show this little thing off and I'm going to take a break for a minute and I'm not sure what I'm going to do when I'm going to get back. So I'm going to pop off my mount here and I'm going to show you a little something. There is no minimum range for where you want to cast Frost Nova. However, there is a maximum range. So you're going to want to find somewhere that you can train, because you're going to need to train your eye. Every second counts when you do this. Like this fence post, for example, I'm going to click right in the center of it. So this right here, this is the maximum range in which I can cast Frost Nova and not move. Immediately cancel it out and practice, because it's about 2 or 3 lines underneath where the announcements come from. Okay? That is the trick. Because both, if you leave this here, it doesn't matter where you go, it's roughly 1, 2, about 2.5 characters over top of your head if you're fully scrolled out. 2.5 characters above, somewhere around there. If you play this game enough, and not only that, but you can do something fun like this too. You can throw one of these little UI elements up here over top of it. Practice with this, because eventually it becomes muscle memory. You want it to be somewhere around this area. Put something, use one of the UI elements to make a little dot on your screen. Or I mean, hey, you can do what I did at first and tear a little chunk of sticky note and just stick it to your monitor. That's what I did. And practice, 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 because the thing is, you're going to die. You're gonna die a lot. I just leveled up. I've only got, maybe 2% of my level, and it's fine. You need a mount that's fast, and it needs to be hotkeyed. Because now is the cool part. When you're driving around, when the enemy's aggro, drive around as far as you can. Try not to pull enemies that do range damage, because it's a little bit more difficult to do that. So like these green keys, I'm bringing them up closer together. Now again, this isn't exactly the fastest method, but it fucking works. So you can see that I'm pulling them together. And now I'm spinning in a circle, just barely out of their radius to attack. Drive away, hop off your mount, Frost Nova. Mount back up. I'm a little out of practice. Bring them back into the AoE. Ride in a circle around your AoE until it despawns. Hop off, spin your camera. Drop an Inferno. Immediately, I mean the fucking second your cast is complete on your AoE, your finger better be on that button. You slap it like it owes you money, get on your mount, and run. Because what we're doing is we're creating a death ball. It is a conga line of death. Even though these monsters are well, and I mean well below my level here. Well, 65. They're not that far, but it's far enough. I've only got 20. I'm not charmed, by the way. I have no extra stats going on right now other than the fact that my crit rate is increased, so that way I could buy gear to show you guys what I'm doing. Now, all I am doing here, drive around on your mount, spin them in a circle. Get them all lined up perfectly. Get far enough away. And get stunned by the green key. And that's when this comes in. Because while you're practicing, and again, it has literally been like years since I've done this. While you're practicing, you want to be able to have something you can rely on to be able to do some damage. Tab target, throw your spells, it's fine. And that's literally it. Like that's the trick. That's all it is. Doesn't matter how you got your character built either. My character is built to my specifications. That is how I like my character. I like her to be a critical monster. Fast mount, +2 at least. +3 is preferred. +2, drive him in a circle. Get far enough away, drop your AoE, mount up immediately, and then you just run in a circle around your AoE until it runs out. You wanna be preparing to drop your next AoE just before your previous one runs out. You want them to still be taking the ticking damage. Now, if I move ahead here and I come over to the Fire Nixes, it should be a little bit easier because they don't die in 2 hits. And also, having an area that's flat enough that doesn't have a lot of shit for you to get stuck on, like this, preferred. Find somewhere that, like, there's no collision. There's collision here, but there's nothing there to stop them. Like, I'm getting stuck on nothing. But yeah, that legitimately is the trick. This area is a bit tough because, like, there's the bushes everywhere and it's kind of hard to see where the enemies are. That's why I completely recommend that you have enemy nameplates on so you can see them. Now, these guys are well above my level. Like, I'm 71, they're 9 levels above me. Finding somewhere you're comfortable to attempt this is the entire trick. Grab a couple, get close enough, so that way you can bring them together. Don't let them hit you. These things will rock your shit. Death Ball. And now, immediately mount. Frost Nova always first. Now, I just killed 4 of those things with a single spell. I'm 9 levels below. Crit rate affects everything you do, including Frost Nova's damage over time. And also, Frost Nova's damage is a liar. It does way more fucking damage than that. Everything you see on this spot, max 10. Bullshit. Bullshit. Absolutely. Maybe they did change it. Who knows? But this is probably going to get them to change something else. But I doubt it. I doubt they would make a sweeping change this drastic. But what I really want to see is other mages attempting to do this, because it's worth the effort. Because once you reach this point as a mage, you don't need anyone else. You don't have to rely on a cleric. You don't have to find a fighter who's full of themselves or anything like that, you know? Like, you can just do this. And what makes this easier is if you are in a party with somebody else, have them not do anything until your Nova is down. Don't touch. Don't touch a damn thing. Not one fucking thing. So the thing is, if somebody attacks any of your birds, for example, let's see what mine, I'm at 80%. So every time where it says Fire Nyx Killer Wand, which is weird because it's a staff. Anyway, every time that 80% becomes 100%, the damage increases by 5, and then the percentage resets to 0. And it does a little more damage outside of the reticle than you think. And the reason why you do Frost Nova first is because that way you can make mistakes. You want the setup to be pristine, but you have to be willing to try. It all takes muscle memory. Now, for me, I've been playing this game for a long time. But at the same time, I've been playing like WASD on the keyboard for so long that it stopped working correctly for me. And I actually changed the way that I have my hand set up to be sitting on the side of my wrist. And I use... Oh, the odds of me getting out of this one are not very good. That's what I mean. I waited just a little too long. And also, you see that tasteful magic blast, or the magic burst there? That's why. That's why you have it on there, because at this level, it actually has a really big ability to pull aggro. So I've changed my keyboard setup to, anytime I'm playing a game, is SZ, as in zebra, X and C, as opposed to WASD. So that way I have ADFVQUER 1 2 3 4 and the shift variant of all of those. I don't know if you can see it, but this is not like a super high-tech gaming mouse. This is just a Razer that's got 2 buttons on the side of it and another one that allows me, if I hold it down, it makes my mouse slower. That's it. But with this trick as a mage in this game, like it's seriously, I figured this out because I was level 90, I was in Alberstal Ruins, and I was all alone one night on the server, all alone. I had nobody in my guild, no friends, and nobody wanted to party with me because I was level 90. And of course, they're like, yeah, okay, like, I'm not gonna do all the work for you. I'm not gonna grind, like, do all the work so that way you can get leveled up. Like, fuck that, I'm gonna level up my alts. So, I watched a baby mage come running through because their tough friend had logged off. And what they ended up doing was they shot spells. They used a magic blast at some bears. And what ended up happening because of that was they were gonna die. So they were shooting like a couple magic blasts at some bears and they died. Then they resurrected, they came running back, they shot some magic blasts at bears, pulled one out of a pack, dropped the Frost Nova, and then ran in a circle around the bear while it was in the Frost Nova. And that really made me think, like, huh, is that something I could do? And thing was is that this character, before anybody says like, oh, why didn't you help? Well, that character was notorious. The guild they were in was notorious for being absolute bastards on the server. So it's like, if anybody was helping them with anything, you were constantly basically blacklisted. So it was like, just don't associate with them at all. They were not nice people, and they were proud of that. So, anyway, moving on from that point. Oh, I'm gonna die. Maybe not. I guess it worked. So, anyway, watched her run in a circle around a bear, died a few more times, and then she left. And then I was left alone with the bears, because I was just hoping for a party to show up. I was denied access to a couple parties. And then I was like, well, can you mount in combat? Because I've seen people do that. They can mount in combat. One person hops on their mount, runs and pulls everything, and then the other mages like stand in one spot, drop their AoEs, they pull the aggro, and then they run inside and just take a shitload of damage from whatever it is that they're fighting. So that's most of the mages I've known in this game will tend to go full +9 gear, which is hella fucking expensive, and full endurance, full intelligence, which increases your damage, increases your health, increases your defense. Sure, that's a way to go about it. Or, as a mage, you're going to die. Like, you don't have fucking stats. Like, I've got 544 defense. Even if I +9 this out, this shirt is not going to have shit worth of defense on it. That's just how it fucking works. Mages do not get defensive stats. You can enhance it, and you can get a shitload of extra defense, but why would you do that when your defense, your aim, and your evasion are essentially even? Like you can see, I've got 439 intelligence. That's without any points in it. That's just from my gear, right? Like if I take all my gear off, my stats are relatively, I have more intelligence than anything. Natively, I already do a shitload of damage. Just base. A decent enough enhanced weapon. I mean, you don't even need to be enhanced, honestly. Legitimately. Even if I don't have the damage to make this happen, you just have to be low enough of a level for them to be attracted to you, for you to be able to run in a circle, pull aggro, make a death ball, and drop a Frost Nova. Mount up right afterwards, run in a circle. Roughly 2 to 3 passes if that initial drop does not kill them. 1, 2, 3, pick a direction, run off, but pull them before you do that last orbit around the sun. Right before you do that last circle, slowly have them get all the way to the edge of the circle, then make your final loop, spin around, drop an Inferno, and Frost Nova. If Frost Nova's off cooldown, Drop that first, so that way you slow them again, because the trick is you want them to be blue so they're slow. You drop the slow, you want full power, full SP, full cooldown, full effect on Frost Nova. All 4. You want all 4 of them plus 5 with their stats. Inferno, you can only add, I'm fairly sure the only thing, yeah, Inferno, you can decrease the cooldown and decrease the SP consumption. You want to drop the SP on that, that's on you. But Inferno already has, even at plus 5, it's a -12 to its cooldown for 40 seconds. So that's 28 seconds as opposed to, what is that, 4.5? Yeah, so 10.5 seconds, you can Frost Nova again, roughly. The point to that is you want enough duration on your Frost Nova to the point where when you drop it, you run in a circle around the enemies. Enough times to where they've all been ticked at least 3 to 4 times by the dot. So that way you have full undivided attention of the mobs. Hop on your mount. Don't worry, sometimes it's a little close. And if they're not dead yet, an Inferno will finish them off. And now, you get to pull any fucking mobs you want, anywhere you want, whenever you want. And the only thing you really have to do is not share your loot. You get to keep all the drops yourself. That's it. That's the secret. That's the trick. There are more stars on the current card than the registered, sure. Also, I forgot something. Here's a fun bit, too. You are more than welcome to explore this if you play this game as much as you want. Titles mean something. So I have something called Shiny Slayer. 4% HP, 4% speed, 4% crit, 30-30. All I care about is a crit. That's it. Titles matter. So, by the time it's all said and done, grand total, just baseline with what I have, adding everything together, I'm at roughly 61% crit, which matters. It does help, because it doesn't really matter how good your damage is. Every time you crit, it's max damage for whatever you're doing. And also, I need to remind everybody who's watching this, these are level 80, I am level 71. Okay? Let's be clear on that. I have a plus 10 staff that is, I'm pretty sure, what is it, Giant Goblin King? No, not Goblin King, Giant Orc Captain. So a level 60 enhanced green. That's plus 10. I'm not balling, all right? This is not a fantastic setup of gear. 1, 2. So if you watch the way that Frost Nova works, let me see if it still does that. Okay, they changed the way that looks. It used to be it would pulse 3 times with the pentagram on the ground, but then it would pulse 1 more with just the color blue. But it seems like they did change the way that works. So essentially, you can do this trick anywhere you can mount. If you can mount, you can do this. Anywhere. As long as you have the ability. I was doing this before I even got Inferno. Just so you know. How do you think the mushrooms and the orcs licenses got finished on this wand? I did that. Just going out outside of Aruga and dropping them fuckers on the ground. If you can get good enough with it, and you can tag these bastards right on the edge of your Nova, like it's already like muscle memory at this point, because I literally sat listening to Demi Lovato's Heart Attack for 4 straight hours on repeat one night while I was grinding mobs to this game. grinding mobs in this game, listening to that. Good fucking song, by the way. And I will not hear otherwise. The point is, I figured this out years ago, and before this game actually like despawns in the sphere of relevancy, I wanted to be able to share this so that way other people would have the opportunity to test it themselves and actually play, because it's like right now I'm not getting like the most fantastic experience because quite honestly I don't care. But again, I do not have charms. I do not have an experience scroll. I have no buffs on me whatsoever other than the just flat 10% from being logged out. This is my damage. I'm level 71, 1339 to 1444. That's my, like, here, transparent. That's my character, Banamurai. That's my character. That's her name. Here's her stats. Not very good. It's all crit. Like, the entirety of this here, just these 4 pieces. I mean, let's see. Let me find that picture again. Yeah, roughly $10. Roughly $10 worth of their coins here to be able to get the crit rate for a month. Considering the fact that I am dropping mobs 9 levels of, they are red. They are 9 levels above me. Now granted, again, I do have a plus 10 weapon, so that's a big deal. But that much higher of a level than me, and they're fucking cake. It's not even a big deal. They might as well be slimes at this point. However, a lot of it has to do with knowing your terrain. And if you wait too long, they will run away from you. They will go back to where they're going, or where they were from. So, yeah. Also, the only mini pet I have is this one. It's the one that gives me +3 to everything. So. Not that anybody watching would really care, considering how old this game is, but if you're a mage, considering the fact that I have quite a few memories of playing the higher level content in this game, like the really high level, those mobs are assholes, and there's a lot of them, and you need to kill a lot of shit. And the player economy in this game is not very good. There's no fucking way for you to just be able to get money. There's no WoW tokens or any shit like that. Like, there's literally nothing you can do to be able to generate more coins. And it looks like the population is kind of holding off for the moment, but it's definitely going to be stagnating here. I'm feeling it's getting close. Like the game's probably getting closer to dying, but it's the fact that they have ported it to Steam and there's patches and updates to it. It's free to play. You know, it's perfectly fine. It's a perfectly passable game, and I think honestly what I would like to try, just to prove my point, is if the only thing you can genuinely afford, because I would assume at this point it's like everybody can get a necklace that's got some stats on it, everybody can get some earrings that's got some stats, and whatever else. It's just being clever with how you itemize your character. At least for a mage on that end. Because, like, it's like taking the same tactic of how archers kite by shooting their AoEs behind them. Or, like, you know, you pull your camera out as far as you go, and like you move your action bars to the side here, so that way you're always, when you're running, you're shooting the AoE behind you, so that way you can just kite the enemies and keep them poisoned while you've got a conga line of death. As long as you're damaging them, they'll keep following you forever. I mean, up until a certain point, eventually they're just like, yeah, man, we're out. But like the whole issue with this is I wanted to be able to share this trick with everybody to, I guess, probably bring some longevity to the game. And again, it doesn't work everywhere. It only works in open areas where you can mount. And, you know, a lot of it is just practice. Practicing roughly where you need to put your mouse cursor, roughly where you need to have them lined up, the dexterity of your mouse movements and whatever to, you know, spinning your camera, hopping off, hitting the right button, not screwing up your key presses, because the thing is like you just saw it there, I pulled like 6 or 7 of them bastards, and the moment they caught up with me, I was down to like 500 health. Like literally that's it. It could not be simpler. Yes, there was a lot of setup, but it's genuinely one of the most simple ways that you can honestly be able to farm a lot of shit in this game. And all it takes is for you to get a mage to Frost Nova. Let's see what level that is. I'm pretty sure it's 61. Nope, level 60. Need to do the level 20 promotion, level 45 increase, and no, not 45, level 60. Level 20, level 60, level 75, level 100. And the fire spirits, it look like they have lady parts for a face. Let's see, how many can I get in this one pull? All you do is mob them up. This literally is the whole trick. Pull them all together in a nice big death ball. Far enough away, get ready. And pretend they're still coming. There's an Inferno. Hop on your mount again. Run them around. Just far enough away. The initial blast of Inferno, I think, does the most damage. And everything else is like yeah, it's every 3 seconds. So, like, once you drop it, it's going to do a lot of damage and stagger them for a second. But then after that, you kind of wreck face. Yeah. That easy. That simple. That fun. So I'm going to do this one more pull here, and then I'm going to take a break for a little bit. Because I really need to stretch my legs. And even with that, as long as you hit them, if you miss the initial strike with your Frost Nova, you're in for a bad time, because they will run right through it. And especially, too, if you have a mount that's enhanced a little bit higher, like, you don't necessarily need the gear, you don't need the crit rate, whatever. You need the mount. The mount is the key. That is the key to this. You can do this at any fucking skill cap. You can do it with any fucking gear. You can indefinitely pull these death balls over and over and over again. It does not matter, but you have to have your mount leveled up. Because even right there, I barely triggered them. But I was able to get this one pass. Ooh, darkness earrings, how good are they? I mean, not bad. Not bad at all. Jewelry doesn't have the same thing, though, with when it comes to the stats, I'm pretty sure. At least, like, whites. 2% crit, not bad. All right. Time to head back to town. Okay. Well, I will be back in a little bit. You all get up, get yourself a drink or whatever. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep playing this. I accomplished the task that I wanted to show, so I might switch to something else, or I don't know. We'll find out here once I come back. But until then, see you in a bit. Bye-bye.